All right. Have my notes to the side. Okay. Yo, hey, Scrollion. All right, I want to revisit how has Chase been progressing well. The game's performance has not been. It's kind of crazy how bad the game runs. Figure out. I mean, Firefox is using a decent amount of RAM. Is there a way to figure that out? Like what tabs are consuming a lot? I think there is. I don't think anything's actually using that much RAM. Just, you know, I just have a lot of tabs open. More tools. Task manager. Wow, this PDF. I guess it's a PDF. There's a lot of big pictures in it. I shouldn't need any of these. Bunch of PDFs for doing some electrical design. But don't need those anymore. Numbers confuse me in this. The top tab says Firefox. It says like 700 megs, but like that's must be overhead, not total. Chat's actually using one a lot. Whatever. I don't think I can really cut this down too much. Except for use a different browser. This game just uses so much memory, it's pretty ridiculous. Alright. Whatever. So I had a couple like things I was thinking about for this. One of them was that in one of my operations, I want to take like the input column and then modify it. I think that gives me more reason to not transmit the column data over like a variable. I might want to see if I can transmit it as locally first. So let's go ahead and drop this here. Also, now I have the shape unlock. I actually set this to, yeah, set the shape 0. Okay. I want to set this to yeah, I probably want to change how this works. Let's see. It's a little annoying that I have to like have separate color. Like if you look at these lines here, this is null. Wait, what? Oh, I'm like missing a wire. Oops. Oh, this is another problem. I didn't consider this. This operation, it's supposed to remove the top layer, which it does. But if the shape's only one tall, then this is actually the bottom layer. So that's fine. I think just the way I count has to be considered differently because like these are null, right? I'm going to count like the number of nulls at the bottom to figure out like how tall the shape is. Anyways, so you go here, get this shape. That's been uncolored and like I kind of wish there was like an easy way to recombine these, and there just isn't one. I can like write a logic to reconstruct it, but that would be a lot of work. I just have to use these separately. Well, first let's just do things in the simplest way possible. Analyzer. Okay. So let's see if we can process all the operations. So the first operation that we want to check here is we want to find the topmost layer that has a crystal, which a little hard to do here because of the crystal looks like uncolored crystal plus crystal. Out of curiosity, what happens if I run the painter? Yeah, it doesn't. Painting the crystal leaves it uncolored. Okay, that's what I thought. So what I want to do is have a series of and checks or checks, right? So you say, does this equal and they're all on the top, right? Okay. And then you need to OR these. And you need to do this for each layer. Each of these is a layer, right? I don't want to transmit this data out. I guess I can just transmit it and just eat it again and transmit on a different line. Saving. Okay, so let's go back here. I want to feed this a circuit that tells like which of these is which. I maybe want to put pins potentially. Now the problem is that I can't. There's no operation to move this like up or down. I can pin push and that's it. So I probably have to just say they're all pin pushed instead of the way they are, which is fine. now it's just defined from this one spot, which is good. Mm-hmm. Okay. So now I want to do is make a similar circuit here, like the same circuit. I want receiver. Receiver, global receiver. Numbers on the bottom. No, I just don't care about the circle signal right now. We'll leave it for now, but. These need to be rotated. I guess like this thing here. Push. I'm gonna delete these for now. They're causing a conflict. Maybe. I can see the signal better. Should be, looks like top square. Oh, here. Oh, this isn't crystal, this is... There we go. Yeah, so now this is outputting a crystal signal. Alright. What do I do with information? Okay, how do I turn this into what I want to turn it into? There's like a similar signal here that I probably want to detect. I'm not entirely sure what to detect, but I just want to change this to null. So this being or. This becomes and. So this is equal to the null. The shape is null? I wish the shape would show up here. It doesn't. Okay, yeah, it's only one layer. I change this to shape 2. That should be outputting something here. There's an update. Oh no, this one needs to change shape too. This is nothing. Yeah, so these two are null. Okay. So what do I do with that information? Yeah, so a layer can't be completely null unless it is truly just not present. Or there can't just be a missing row in the middle of the shape. So that simplifies that. What I need to do is transmit 2 signals. One for which layers to operate on. For the top. And one is which layers to operate on for the bottom. I think all I need to do is It makes sense for this to be, the fact that this says it's the topmost layer, not the bottommost layer, is something I'm like a little worried about. I kind of want to just change this logic so that this is outputting the layer correctly. I think that's possible, but I have to have like this circuit here in between here, and like in between these addressing. And maybe that's possible. Because, yeah, this is actually really annoying that it is addressing this way. Like, it makes sense, but it's annoying. Okay, so the idea here is to run the null circuit, which is this one. Yeah, so these take up full space. Maybe I just want a longer, so I can just put this at the end. Instead of wider. Go here. See if I can squeeze this in right here. Okay. It says it collides. Makes sense because that weird like loop it has to do. So like I kind of want to make it so this gets pin pushed by the number of non-nulls there are. I think I actually want to put a knot here. Hmm. Hmm. Actually, kind of needs to like shift the signals around. It's like a bit shift. What does a bit shift look like? I mean, besides like, you know, doing this, right? But like, I don't know, I'm conditionally apply an operator. I mean, that's where transistors come into play. I mean, these kind of need to be outputting something on the upper layers still. Like if this ends up being declared the bottom layer, then this needs to be declared like the top layer. Then these like nulls. Does that make this process any easier to do it that way, or is it okay just having the thing floating? Like, does that break anything? I think it's okay for it to just be floating. I don't think that actually breaks anything. I still need to determine what layers to operate on for the two like submachines. And I can do it as like just binary lines. You just have 4 lines, one for each layer. But I also could probably do this with a shape operator. Yeah, if I have to find the top layer like twice, interesting. So this signal probably gets downwards, and this becomes like the other signal becomes what's left. But because like yeah, I can like OR them together. Like this bottom one is all of these ORed, this one's these ORed, this one's these two ORed, and this one's just the signal. Now it'll give me the crystal set. Again, I don't know if I want to do it in 4 bits, or I'd rather just have it as a shape. I'd rather have it as a shape, I don't know how to construct that. And PC is too underpowered, it couldn't handle the designs. I'm probably gonna run into the same problem. My computer already can't run the game, and I haven't even started the MAM. Which isn't a great feeling, to be honest. There's just like, I'm trying to decide, like, there's so many ways to describe this information, and I'm like trying to decide what's going to be like the most useful way to use it. Like, this thinks this thing is floating, so it wants to use all these layers. But that's fine. If it builds like totally null layers, we'll just put crystal, crystal, crystal. And then crystal. No, and then I'll try to break these, and she'll break this. Yeah. It needs to not construct these layers. That's really annoying. Try our layer coordinating. Sorta. I mean, right now, layer coordinating is just, I'm just using a symbol in each spot. And circles for the color value and squares for the shape value. And then the color is this thing. So you're gonna have like red, green, and blue for the 3 operator shapes. But there's a lot of other information I need to transmit and calculate. And that's the part that's kind of giving me some pause. So like I can encode this information as like 4 bits, or I can encode this as another shape value, which I kind of rather do. I was trying to decide how I want to calculate that. I think we'd be better off building a few machines that work on shapes than theory. The idea of machines can just work out what's really needed from the logic. Right, well that's why I don't want to use the bits. I want to keep things in the shape land. The problem I have, yeah, so for those who missed my stream, the end of last stream, here, one second, let me pull this up. So I have notes here of how I was going to design, and this kind of goes from like previous discussions. Basically, I first split the construction into 2 different constructions. So the top construction has no crystals in it. And in this one, it will construct like just layer by layer. Very straightforward. And then the other shape will construct it column by column so that it can build the crystals. And it has a whole thing here about this substructure to be able to drop tiles and create gaps below crystals. And it has this extra pin push at the bottom to handle a case where there's pins at the bottom of the shape and there's crystals. And then it has to do this like HV split, so it has to calculate what that is. When I basically came up with this table to calculate all that, so that table's not too crazy. And then this circuit is, what's the circuit doing again? Oh right, this is calculating the HV split. That one I bothered to actually write out. But there's like kind of two weird issues that have come up already. I've realized. So and the reason why I'm splitting in two separate machines, for those who like missed that, is because there are certain shapes you can only make with this left method, and there's some shapes you can only make with the right method, and so you have to do both essentially. And you can combine them together. Like the top half of the shape can use this method, and the bottom half of the shape can use this method. It can't be the other way around, but that's how it can be. And so I'm right now I'm just at the first step of implementing this, which is find the topmost crystal here, and then split it into two halves that you can feed like one shape into one machine and one shape into a second machine. So I'm trying to feed out just two different shapes essentially. The issue is that I'm realizing that, and like maybe this is like not a problem, but I feel like it's like annoying, is because of how you read the information out. If this shape is only one layer, then the thing that I was originally saying this is the top layer is actually the bottom layer. Like if you try to construct it like this would not work. It would try to put the crystals on the top layer, and the crystals need to be on the bottom layer here. So I'm trying to decide like what is the best way to like make it so it pads, like it does this on the right layer. And so I kind of started by writing it up this little jigger thingamabob, which is supposed to calculate whether a layer's empty. But ideally, what I might be able to do instead, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so it calculates whether a layer's empty, and then it's supposed to use that information to figure out how to like rearrange these so that they're like in the correct whatevers they're supposed to be. Yeah, exactly, Carissa. I'm trying to make some logic that will, given like a input shape pattern, it will like construct that shape. Yeah. It's kind of like a weird part of the game, to be honest. I mean, I guess it's sort of post-game. And the main reason why it's a little weird to me is because there's no like real, I mean, yes, there kind of is. I don't know. It's like it's just a separate game. Like it's like not even like, I don't know. It's just a lot. That's fine. You need a supply of each input. Yeah, at the very minimum. The reason why it gets fucky is really because if you're not like familiar, nope, that's not what I want here. There's this one operation called crystals, and you can't drop crystals. If you do, they break. And because of that, that makes them like have all sorts of like weird, and you also can't cut them. And if you do, and like, but you can intentionally do that to like make weird gaps. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, as DPS. I'm trying to like design a thing that does a whole bunch of calculations, and then it'll like send out a bunch of instructions for what exactly to build. And effectively, the way this is going to be working, like for the crystal stuff, is that it's going to make each of the 4 corners separately, and then like combine the corners together. That's like the very like simple like way of thinking about it. It gets a little more tricky just because of how like you can have gaps in the shape, and so you need to handle like how to make those gaps. And there's also like stuff about like the way crystals get made. You can have support pins instead of gaps, but like the way crystals get made, sometimes that does work and sometimes it doesn't work. So there's like all these weird like edge conditions. Yeah, so right now I'm kind of like at step 1 of the outline. I have an outline of a machine, like of the brain, essentially, the logic. And the first step is already broken because this didn't behave the way I expected it to, but it behaves in a way that makes sense. I just didn't think about it, which is I'm trying to decide right now. The first step is like this kind of examine the shape. And so I break this shape up into like 16 pieces, and then I read the value out, which gives me like a color and a shape at each of the like 16 corners. Yeah, the unstacker. The problem is, yeah, the unstacker, this assumed that the shape was a full shape, that has 4 layers. When the shape is not 4 layers, this is like not correct. And I'm trying to decide how I want to do that. So one idea here, maybe there's like a way to make this like I can put the check here instead, which would probably make more sense. Okay. Move this over. And maybe I can use this to route this inappropriately. So what would this look like? There's nothing being fed to it, it's null. Null's the default. So like the idea here is not there. This can go here. These are like our outputs. And then I need to like turn it off. It's a little awkward. You need, I guess, 2 transistors. It's also taking up a ton of space. So I think the way it works is it has to be like, if this is null, then these are both null. So if this is null, then we'll like route this here. Then this is null, route it here. And then I need to like knot the previous line. And that just goes through. This seems to work. Okay. That's just for the one layer. How to work out which crystal layer has crystals. Like I'm like a step before that apparently. I mean, crystal checking. I mean, I have this, which I also can write more compact, but it just checks if every shape in the layer has a crystal. It ores it, and now it knows that it has a crystal in it. That's not crazy hard. I mean, you'll have to forgive me that I'm a little hesitant to click on the link. And then I need to like copy this here and here. Like one with 3, one with 2. I feel like there's an extra one. But it also... Just a screenshot. Sure. Yeah, the thing is I just want to make it so that this first layer is on the bottom instead of at the top. It's kind of the thing I'm trying to do. Work out if a layer has crystals before you break it in the quarters. I see what you're saying. It's an interesting idea. I don't know if that really simplifies things too much for me. What, do you just like read and rotate? I mean, I assume not. You know, everyone tries reverse layers given how stackers work. Yeah, so here's the reason that I want to use layers is because, or reverse the layers is because I would have to change how my logic works. You can't stack crystals is the problem. Like this unstacking operation isn't reversible. So like if the first one here, like this crystal is on the top layer, then the problem is that then I have to distinguish. I guess it's not the worst thing, but normally I only have, there's basically 2 kinds of null states in my algorithm now. There's normally a null, like a hole means a hole means that I usually fill it with crystals to break it, so that it becomes a gap, or potentially have to like do this remapping thing. But there's also one that's just, if there's a hole, you have to skip the entire step. That's kind of my issue. And I guess I could. I'm just trying to decide which method is easier to consider. Do I like have to basically check which layers are null on the bottom and like skip them as part of like a third set? Or do I make it so this top layer is on the bottom? Sorry. Let me clarify. I'm not trying to reverse the layers. I'm trying to make it so that the top, when there is only one layer, that top layer is the bottom layer, not the top layer. Because that's how the stacker, like, it currently reads information out. Depending on how tall the shape is, when you run the unstacker, that shape is going to be in a different, like, position. Sorry, maybe I'm like was miscommunicating like what specific issue. I'm not trying to reverse the order. Reversing the order is actually quite easy. That's not hard to do. The issue is that these null layers on the top of the shape like do this weird, have like a weird effect on how I'm reading out the unstacker information. That makes sense. Does not make sense. Okay. Okay, we look over here, right? So we have this shape here. The shape is 1 tall, right? I'm running the unstacker 3 times, or I guess 4 times. This last one doesn't matter, but whatever. I'm running it 4 times. Each row, each of these columns is getting like that layer. And then each of these like rows is reading out like one of the 4 corners of that layer, right? So this is like the first unstacked layer, second unstacked layer, third unstacked layer, fourth unstacked layer. The stacker straight through the output would be null. Yes. So these will, so on a 1 layer thing, all 3 of these layers will output null, and this layer will output the 1 layer of information. Like the information is all there, right? Totally can work with this, right? It is doable. What's annoying about this kind of behavior, and I'm not saying the way unstackers work is weird. The way unstacker works makes perfect sense. What's annoying about that is that if this were like a 4-layer shape, then this like crystal would be over here if it was like the bottom layer. If that makes sense. So like the bottommost layer is here and the topmost layer is here, right? And like this is all like consistent, but when I'm actually operating on building the shape, if this is considered, if the logic is like this is the topmost layer, it means I should run this operation last. And when I'm constructing the shape, when I'm constructing like the crystals, like you don't want this to be constructed like last unless you're skipping these layers. So if I skip these layers, it's fine. There's no problem, right? If I don't skip these layers and I treat them as just null like holes in the shape or whatever, then that will mess up the construction of this layer. So I have to have like an extra check that basically says like, hey, skip the first 3 layers or whatever. Why? Because if you have a shape that's just 3 gaps and then a crystal like on top, like there's a crystal on top and 3 gaps below it, the way that the machine will currently construct the shape is that it will replace all the voids with crystals to break. And so then you'll end up with a shape that's like a pair of crystals, a pair of crystals, a pair of crystals, and a single crystal. And then when it goes to break the bottom layers, it'll like fuck up. Like it won't work. It'll break the whole thing. The whole thing will just get destroyed. And even if I have like a drop shape, like there's still gonna be an extra shape on the bottom, and then yeah, it's like it's not gonna be correct. It needs to not try to fill in the voids with crystal layers to break. It has to distinguish between whether or not it's like a layer that's like the crystal layer has to be formed on the bottom layer. The layers on null, you don't need to stack anything from before, but you don't. But they aren't null is the problem. If you have just one layer, the one layer like is a little confusing. If it's like two layers, right? If I'm 2 layers and like each corner is like a different like crystal or whatever. Or I mean, I guess even if it's one layer, doesn't matter. Let's simplify. It's one layer and each like corner is a different crystal color or whatever. Like you have to construct the shape in columns, and so each column, which is going to be read out in the opposite direction, right? It's read this way. It's going to see a shape here, then 3 nulls below it. So you're going to have like shape crystal null null null, and then you'll see crystal null null null, and you'll see crystal null null null, and so on and so forth. And in each of these columns, it'll say like, okay, well, I'm going to construct a column that has a crystal on top and 3 nulls below it with support structures. And it'll just be like a floating crystal on top of a bunch of nulls. It will like create that shape exactly like that. And then when it tries to like assemble it, it's going to drop the crystals and it's all going to shatter. Because when it sees nulls, when it's constructing the columns, it doesn't have a whole entire layer of null. It assumes the nulls are going to be a drop layer or a break layer, one of those two. Because you can have like a shape that's just like a solid, then a null, then a crystal in a column, and that's a shape that's like valid, where you want to you fill the null in that shape with a crystal to break to drop the shape. Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying, DBS. That's what I'm saying, that like if you see an entire layer's null, it has to have an extra condition to say skip this entire layer construction. So like if it's in this order, so this is like the way that it currently is, when the machine runs, it has to say like, okay, is this layer entirely null? If yes, skip this step and go to the next layer. And it's like an extra like processing you have to do. But if the layers were all shifted, so that like if you had a 2-layer shape, so there's like these are your 2 layers, if it shifts over, so these nulls shift out and this shape moves here, and the top 2 layers are null, so it actually matches the description of the shape. Like the shape that gets the deconstruction of shape matches the construction of the shape, then I don't have to have any checks. The construction is just correct because it matches. Like this is the bottommost layer here, and it's also the bottommost layer like of the 4-layer like cake or whatever. So I'm not trying to reverse it. I'm just trying to take this shape and shift it over the nulls. Like I'm trying to shift out the padding. And then you don't have any conditionals in the actual like construction step. The construction step is simpler. Both are valid. I'm not saying like you have to like do that check, but like it's I don't know. I'm not exactly sure which way I'd rather do it. I was kind of assuming that doing the shift is going to be easier. You still have to check where to stack the bypass. I mean, you have to check for the top of the shape no matter what. If that's what you mean. But I guess the changes, so you have to look at the top and the bottom. I mean, I guess it's fine. I don't know. I guess it's not a big deal. It does change how I have to think about the indexing, but it doesn't. It's not really a problem either way, right? It's fine. There's something to stack, otherwise bypass. Well, again, that doesn't work if you're doing it by column. That's perfectly valid if you're doing it by layer. By layer, 100% agree. That's not a problem. It's the column stacking that's the problem, because yeah. Yeah, just stacking one corner and scaffolding. Yeah, it's just awkward you build from the bottom to the top. I think that's kind of like the thing that's like awkward. You always construct from the bottom to the top, and it's like the shapes are shifted weird. So I guess like if you see a null layer, you just have an extra check that says skip this layer. Now I could pre-calculate this. Yeah, and then you tell it to skip the layer. And then if it's a pin layer, it skips the layer. Yeah, because there's two different actually layer skips that are handled differently. One is handled globally and one's handled not globally. Think about, just build some of the shapes I'm thinking about. To see the process in action. But like start actually manufacturing materials? I don't need to do that. Man, every time I do stuff like this, people are always like, you should just start running the machine and see like how it breaks and see like what's wrong. And I'm just like, I've literally never needed to do that. I don't know. I'm really bad at like spatial reasoning, but like when it comes to like logical like linkages and stuff like that and like processing, like that stuff is like generally not a problem for me. I mean, I'll do that for like the debug step, but I don't. All right. Well, in that case, I'll have to change I'll have to rethink how some of the processes work here. But I think I want to change this instead of checking for null. I need to check for two things. Yeah, I just need to check for null layer, which is easy to check for. I need to check for crystal layer. Okay, so let's change this to be a crystal check. And then this becomes an ore. And I also want to check for null layer. Yeah. Wow. This will tell me which layer is crystal. Okay, and then I also know which layer is null. I might want to reverse the direction of this potentially. And I want to do is output calculate two shapes for the two machines. You gotta do some work. All right, see you around. So I want to have one shape for what layers to process on one machine and another shape for what layers to process on the second machine. Actually, how do I construct it from bottom and top without reversing the layers? No, it doesn't matter. I've already deconstructed the whole thing. I could stack them, but I need to make two. Yeah, make two sets of shapes. I like layer on either pins or solids. If I see the top crystal layer, do like ore it and then knot it, I guess. And then I need a knock gate. Okay. And then I need to and it if the shape is null. Wish you can zoom out just a little bit more without switching. All right. Okay, these are the 8 outputs. This just tells you where the shape should be formed. So we change to the this one. No, what's actually outputting the shape right now? I guess this thing is, right? This is outputting 2 of the upper shapes. And this is 2. What is it outputting? Yeah, 2 non-crystal shapes. So these are 2 normal stacks. This is 1 crystal stack, 1 normal stack. Okay. I think that's the information I want. This like tells me what layers to run. Now I need to create the shapes that encodes this information. One idea here is I could just have a layer of pins versus like a layer of just rectangle or whatever. And then have a transistor. Like a NOT gate or something. This signal would turn into this signals. Either it turns it into pins or it turns it into rectangles. How many lanes of MAM am I making? I haven't thought about that. I'm just writing the logic, which is kind of doesn't really care about that. Once it's built, I can kind of just scale. I don't know. In theory, I kind of like to do at least like 1 full lane of each shape, but it kind of depends on how annoying it is to actually construct, right? Now this is like less compact than I would like, but I guess it's okay. I wonder if there's a better way of doing this. There's only 2. No, there's 3. These 3 shapes. I think it was 3 pre 1.0 also. When I played before 1.0, it was like February or something. So it wasn't that long ago, so maybe this was changed not too long ago. But when I played at the beginning of the year, there was 3 shapes then also. For the save. It be thinking. Yeah, so I could just do this, I guess. Doesn't feel very clean, but the side one's on top, I assume. Wait, this is the wrong shape, isn't it? Oh yeah, stacker here. Yeah. I see. I assume the side one's on top, but I don't. So I think this is what I want. It's really hard to tell. Copy. And this is just all pins. Okay. So these are the two signals that say what layers to operate on in the two machines. So these need to be transmitted. This front side is the wrong. Okay. And that's the wrong front. Okay. Oh, I don't have like the whole painter thing here. Where did that go? This thing? Yeah, there's the painter. Uh-huh. Yeah, one's input channel, one's other. It's just you can't see. If you look at the top, I can't tell which side's which. I have to look at them from the front. See, like the hashtag versus the lightning bolt. The hashtag is the channel, like the address number essentially, and the lightning bolt is the value. I wish that if you looked at it from above, you could see which one's which. But you can't. I don't know, it's a little odd, but yeah. So I don't know why this is graphically not showing. Like, there's some weird issue going on that's just showing as red for some reason. Okay, how do I want to indicate this? It has to be paintable, so we're gonna just call this full layer, and this is how we're gonna address these two extra values. Because you can't paint like special shapes, which is what I would prefer to do, but whatever. Oops. I might just run the paint around the side or something. I don't know. I forgot which one uses which. This is crystal. So I'll make crystal the circle one. So these are reversed. All right. You can't paint special shapes with logic? No, I tried. All the simulated machines work exactly how normal machines work. The only machine that works weird is the unstacker, which doesn't break crystals. It's the only thing that works differently, and then also the shape analyzer, which is just not a normal machine, right? Everything else I tested works exactly as it is. Like, you try to cut a crystal, the crystal will break. You drop a crystal, the crystal will break. You try to paint a special shape, it doesn't get painted. Okay. That's fine. Okay, so this is outputting our 32 bytes of information. Unstacker needs to work that way. In some ways, I still kind of wish the unstacker pulled from the bottom layer, but it's fine. I kind of wish it grabbed from the bottom layer, not the top layer. It's okay. This doesn't really make a difference. Alright, so this is the input reader. And we go back to our chart. This handles... where's my toolbar? Oh, you're over here for some reason? This handles this. And I guess it handles this and this. Let's do the easy side first. This should be really easy. I hope. First I'm gonna read out this value. I also need to read out this value. So I need to read it out row by row. So each column here is a row. So actually, I don't think I want this. I think I just want this. And I don't want this. I actually just want this. Now I want to read the value out. Huh? Oh, it's operator. Okay. Let's switch shape so I can actually read something out of here that's not like nothing. Okay. I do wish I can like I wish here it showed what the symbol was when you hover. Because I like this is like a tiny icon. I can't tell like where the pins are. Like I know the pins are on the bottom, but like, and that this is a 4-layer shape still, but there's a monitor. Oh, that's a good point. I still can't. I mean, I guess I can zoom in on this a little bit. I wish this opened up like the actual like thing, right? Like I wish it opened up this thing. You click on it and you can like see the item. Whatever, it's fine. So we need to unstack this 4 times. This is the topmost layer, bottommost layer. Okay, and then for each row, I think I want to paint this, right? I mean, in theory, I could have painted this earlier. Oh, I can just jump across. And then, oh, that only paints the top layer. It's a little annoying. Okay, that's fine. Okay. And I want to split this up in the quads. But that's fine. So this basically says like, this is the indexers for the 4 layers. If it's this, it'll just return null, which will make it do nothing. And then in here, when you fetch each of the corners, I'll tell you what shape to get that corner in. And it'll just like make that shape. So actually, I'm gonna get a random 3 shape with pins on top. Right? No, this is just the indexer, not the shape, right? This is not what the actual value is. It's just the indexers. And so in theory, if you're like a random spot and you're saying like, what shape should I be making right now? You can run this circuit, look at the layer that you're currently at, grab the corner that you're currently at, and then like feed it into here. So you could do that's not what I want. Like this. I guess you have to pin push it back up, right? So you actually don't want, yeah, then you have to pin push it. Hold on. So this is layer 2, so you have to pin push twice. There you go. So now this is outputting this wedge shape here. And it's should be the bottom right one from the 2nd layer. Yeah, which is this shape. And so then it can filter based off of this. and like operate on like this thing. Okay. So I actually don't think I need any like logic here. I think at this point I can just start building it. We can try to start building it, I guess, right? There's no reason why we can't. Oh, right, that's why we can't. The frames. Yeah, this is the simple part of the machine that requires like no logic. So the man can live anywhere. I kind of want to make it not near all that crap. The game's like frozen. I kind of want to delete this whole thing, but I should really wait until I get the achievement. I'm at like 1,000. Yeah, it's a little awkward because I need, what, 4 belts of each of the shapes. I mean, I guess I can just train them to wherever. Where's my ma'am? I can delete all these markers. This is like a space. So what I do is you'd have a drop off, a whole bunch of drop offs. For now, let's just say you have yeah, there's one for each shape. And then there's what, 10 more? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you need the colors. Am I missing any important shapes? There's no crystals. Mams are usually huge. Yeah, I kind of would assume as much. Fluids. One stop for everything. Maybe. It's a little annoying because if you want to have it flowing like freely, you can't have like one train drop off one spot and leave, and then another train come in and drop another spot and leave. Like, you never know which of the spots are going to get filled in, and you need them like all being filled constantly. I don't know if that like would work really effectively. I think you need a different. I think when your train comes in, you basically make sure it's full. But you could make a giant loop where you just have one train that just has everything on it and then just drops it off. Like, it goes around, it picks up all the things, and then it comes here and drops them all off in one go. Like, that would work too. I mean, I'm still gonna need a lot of space for like all the logic here, because like we have the transfer station could make a smaller giant loop. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Having transfer stations, I never thought of doing that. It's a good. I like that idea. I mean, I still need a ton of space, I think, no matter what. So I don't know how much it really matters. I'm just gonna put gaps for just my own sanity right now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, the problem is that it's like you can't even like fit everything anyways. Again, this can just be in a single. All right, so I think I kind of designed this yesterday already, and I probably like deleted it. What? No, it's one of these guys, right? This thing. I think you just need spacers between all of these no matter what, right? How do I want to select? Is there a way to mask? Yeah, the simulator stacker breaks crystals. You can't even hover over these machines to see what the value is. It should be RU. Click the layer that way. There's three of these. I need to figure out like what. Making me think about things. It's also openings in the bottom corner. There's no double rotate. Weird. That's odd. There we go. There's like an extra rotation in this, which is a little weird. Options for my comparison machine. You can do like equal, greater than, less than for like numbers. And so you can just do a transistor to select these 3 lanes. I just like trying to figure out, like, it's a little weird that it's like, I mean, yeah, I'm rotating it. What am I writing these out to? Is top right even correct? What are these supposed to be writing out to? Supposed to be writing out to top right. Yeah, top right. Okay. Yeah, there's just like an extra rotation. That's weird. That's fine. So the important thing is this part's always the same. And so what I can do is have a transistor, well, a comparator, and that goes into a transistor. Wait, there might be an easier way to do this. I think there is an easier way to do this. All I need to do is when I read this value out, is examine the corner and see if it matches this value. I was gonna like rotate this a certain, like a transistor amount and then cut it up at that point, but I actually don't need to do that. Yeah, all you need to do, and I don't even need to paint it. I can paint it afterwards. I think I do probably still want to do this. The problem is if you want to like read from a specific layer, it's a little annoying. So let's say we make this like, I don't know, RU dash 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 dash. And these guys are just null. Well, let's try to decide if there's a smarter way of doing this in a second. Reading always reads from the same corner though. How can I make sure that the shapes... And conceptually all this is really doing is this is asking what layers are valid, right? And then I'm saying, okay, I want to index this layer, but I want to mask it with this. I think I'm asking the wrong question here. The question is, let's say I want to draw this shape and it's red or whatever. Then like, or read from this index. How can I have this like index out of bounds check essentially that says, yes, this is a valid shape that you can apply here. Or it's like, no, you're not allowed to use this, please skip. That's essentially what I need to do here. Maybe we can do the other way around. I could index it, which will give me a value. Then if this is null, then it says discard it. Is there a way to determine that information? Equality null works. Yeah, null equals null. There's two ways to do it, layer by layer, quarter by quarter. I'm doing both, but I'm starting with layer by layer because it's easier. But you have to do both. As far as I'm aware, if you want to make it construct any shape, there are some shapes that you can't do unless you do both of them. Which is why I'm trying to decide this logic here. So this circuit here is telling me which layers to use the layer by layer method. And like which layers to do the quarter by quarter method. And so I'm saying like, okay, let's say I want to index this shape. How do I decide? How do I use this and say like, actually, I want you to make sure that this is supposed to use for this machine. Crystals needs quarter, pins need layers. I mean, I'm not gonna get into it, but yeah, that it's not quite what I have, but that's fine. Crystals is the thing that makes it so that you need quarters, specifically because you can't drop crystals onto shapes, and you can't just build the shapes up because there's going to be different colors and there's lots of issues. If you have crystals, you have to do it quarter by quarter. You have to do it in columns. It's the way column major order or whatever. The problem is that there are still certain shapes you can't construct. Specifically, you can't construct shapes that have unsupported diagonals in the columns. Like they can be supported by the layer but not supported in the column and two diagonals, and then that can only be constructed by doing it layer by layer. And so the method I'm going to do is construct quarter by quarter for like up to the layer that's needed, and then the top half the shape you do it layer by layer, because that like covers like all the cases that I'm aware of. I mean, I've talked about it, but you know, the short is that you can have a shape like you can have a shape like this, and this shape can't be constructed in quarters. This top one has to be put down as a single layer. And there's like a totally like normal shape. Email core requires more scaffolding. No, it still can't. And the reason is because let me bring this back. So the reason why I can't is that the final step of the assembly like the very last thing you do, like assuming that there's crystals involved, is that you have to be doing a swap. So you swap like this half with this half to make it together, or you swap the top half with the bottom half. Like that's just required no matter what your design is. That has to be the final step. The kind of only weird exception is like you can end with a stack, but that's kind of what I'm trying to get to, right? So you always end with a swap, but the problem is if you end with a swap, this left half here and then this right half here both need to be supported like on their own, because when you do the swap it cuts the shape in half, so this shape is now floating, and then it moves it next to this shape and then combines them. But in that interim period, like between this cut and then the recombine, this shape will be floating and then it will fall. And so because this must be a swap, the two halves have to be self-supporting in a swap, or the shapes will just fall. And so because it's unsupported, you cannot construct this shape with a swap. It is not possible. The one half or this half will always fall down in that swap operation, no matter what scaffolding you build. So that's why I have two different MAMs effectively. One for layer by layer, one's column by column. Yeah, I mean the top layer can't be crystals in this construction because you can't stack the top layer on top of this structure. So you have to do it, but you could have a shape here where like there's crystals in this part, and that would be valid. Like you build this column by column, this corner, and then you layer this top part, you stack it on as a final step. So the last step here is a stack of this layer because it doesn't need to be supported. Yeah, it's a weird edge case. I mean, I really doubt the game actually gives you those shapes, but you know, whatever. Anyways, yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm trying to decide how bad would it be if I just filter it. It does on insane. Interesting. That's cool. I kind of wish that insane existed for manufacturer mode, but it does not. With the top shape of crystal. So in the, like the previous shape or whatever, like crap, I just have to rebuild it. So this shape here, so you can have the problem with the top being a crystal on the left side is because of the issue I talked about here. Now what you can do, I think, does it work? I don't think it works. Like this is like just such a cursed shape. It makes it really hard to build anything. Like this corner being unsupported makes it really hard to build stuff. This can't be a crystal because I said you have to layer this, you have to stack this on as the last step, so that can't work. Hey Moles, what's up? If this structure is more supported, I think it would be fine. Oh God, I can't see Molly. So like, let's say you had this structure. This structure you can do a lot more with. So now, like, this can be a crystal and it's fine. This is constructible. Although, technically, I don't think my MAM can support this. No, it can't, because it'll the last split is across this half, and these two sides, yeah. So this is constructible. Yeah, this is perfectly constructible. Hey, Miles, what's up? Hey. In fact, you can have the whole top layer crystals, and it's fine. Yeah, the issue in the previous step is just, like, specifically because there isn't enough support to be able to do a swap. Like, this is a constructible shape. I'm gonna take off your back. Okay, I'm back. Uncolored crystal. Uncolored crystals isn't a shape. Oh, yeah. You can do uncolored crystals? Pins vertically between two crystals is still impossible. I'm pretty sure, yeah. How do you do an uncolored crystal? So I had a thought. I think I just don't care about this. I think it's fine that it just doesn't matter. I forgot. The stupid crystals are so dumb. It's all possible. Requires crystal busting man. Oh no, sorry. We had like a long discussion over several streams now about what shapes were constructible, which shapes were not constructible, and I'm well aware that you can break crystals and drop shapes in the breaking process, and that creates like gaps in various places. But there are still shapes you can't. Not all shapes are constructible. It's just there are unconstructible shapes. I don't know, maybe I'm just not bright enough, but all right. So there's actually two kinds of filters here, because I also need a filter for the stupid trade parts. Which is annoying because there's no way to color them, which super sucks. I think what I have to do is put a belt reader and then read that value and then compare equality on these two ends to like the two wires. And then that gets transmitted instead. Or I could just make a circuit for this that just multiplexes it. I keep reading it multiplex or demultiplex. I forgot which one's which. One's a multiply and one's, but like I don't. Alright, so you can just actually have just compare the color. And then put, so this could just be like color red. And this would be XR. Like this. I'm gonna flip this. Okay. It's only 9? No, there's also black. This is black? Yeah, okay, okay. There's 2 blacks. There are 10. Okay. Hold on. Working on it. That's supposed to be M. This is very tedious. Your bright crystals, the pins aren't there anymore. As far as I'm aware, they are destroyed. I mean, there's like a statefulness that's just not stored in the shape information, so I don't even know how that would even work. I like somehow like deleted everything. Save. There's like so little space to fit this crap. I know there's layers, it's just... Okay. So, we have the shape information go here. Color information goes here. To look like this. And this is how you can turn it into the information I want to turn into. And what I want to do... shoot, this is a huge machine. Can I fit these on the side? I might be able to. My thought process is to put it here. This is tight. If broken pistols give you pins, yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's ways to make the pins work then. But they don't. I mean, you want me to test that for you, real? It's not hard to test. See, I like again, like the thing is, it doesn't make sense because like the entire information of what a shape is described by this thing. There's no like separate describer for a crystal with a pin inside of it. But like here, let's start with a shape. Here's pins. Nothing. There's a way to make this. I can do it like this, I guess. I do need to like loop this around, but that has more space. color paint things are real. I believe that. Do you know like what that process looks like? I'm looking for. I'm gonna find this as a black plus white is uncolored. Okay. That's so weird. I guess that's supposed to be uncolored as gray, so black plus white gives you gray. I guess that makes sense. I mean, white plus white giving you black is already very strange, but white plus black giving you gray is less strange, I guess. Holding can be shifted down. And I need to send another transistor here. Can't not it. So you can do this. This creates a like diode. And then that combines the shapes. It selects the shape directly if this is not outputting a shape, and then color is like a separate thing entirely. But here we go. This is like our shape selector now. Big yikes. You can't paint the Y. The Y just has to always be black, as far as I'm aware. You know, I didn't test that. Maybe you can paint the Y. Hold on. That would make this so much more annoying. Okay, you cannot paint the Y. Just making sure. I mean, I guess that wouldn't be that much more annoying. The Y would just act like every other shape, I guess. So this is the shape that we run here. Just checks for this shape is in this spot. This needs to be on all layers. Okay. Unpolyred case not just for crystals. Well, I mean, you can unpaint like stuff, I assume. You can paint things gray if you wanted to like remove color from like a shape or whatever, but I don't know what else. It's not really that useful. It's just a thing that exists or whatever. All right. So what I'm thinking here is you can do this in like thirds like this. I guess this can be actually in like this. Does that help at all? A little bit. Wait, no, that guy's in the same thing twice. That's not helpful. Hold on. Huh? Bro, it is so laggy. I don't think that really helps me very much. That's fine. The idea here is that we just do it like this, and we copy it. Like this. And then these all can be combined. So you have this monster line. That grabs the correct trade item from the belt. These ones are different. As with all things, nothing is the same. Okay, that was somehow not a delete. In this case, we just care about the color and the shape separately. Now, getting color is a little funky. Like, Like, there's just like red, green, blue. And then there's like... You know, cyan, magenta, yellow, and then you have white, and then you have black, and then you also have uncolored, I guess. So selecting, do I just want to make every single paint combination and then after making them all choose the lane that's valid? That's probably the best way. I assume is black should be 1-to-1, right? Because it should be 2 whites to 2 blacks. And I guess in theory, like, I could create a gray paint just so it just is always painted. But that's definitely a little more tricky because then you have to do it like, whatever. It's annoying. Does 2 ways mean having your paint total? No, because the way painters normally work is they take like 2 inputs and they produce 2 outputs. They like produce double the input to the output. So it's the same like volume. So I assume you put 2 whites here, you'll get like double the black. So it's the same amount total. So if I have like a full belt of each of these colors, I'm not like too worried about things up. In fact, I'm going to make this like simpler probably. Maybe. But yeah, I think I'm going to turn this into like something like this and then turn this into a filter and then filter to a painter and paint. So I almost do want to make it uncolored paint just so that I just always paint. In case CU happens. Well, that's not happening here. But I guess conceptually, there's no reason why this structure wouldn't exist for the column system as well. So yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I should also clarify, the game won't give you CU, right? It won't give you uncolored crystal. Like, the things that this machine is going to be handle is way beyond what the game will ever give us. So I'm not too worried about that. You know, I'm curious. Do they have a simulated mixer? They don't. Okay. I'm curious what happens if you mix white with other colors. Like, you mix white and blue. What do you get? Do you just get blue? You get white? Do you get uncolored? This is gonna kind of like awkward no matter what. But it needs to be 4 because this is a painting a lane of 4. But if you want to be able to handle paint, it actually needs to be double that. Because crystals use twice the paint as normal painting does. So it actually, this is like enough crap that I might want to consider seeing if I can do this other way around. I want to test some things, but I need to test with like actual paint. Hold on. I do have to wait for the paint to show up because the simulator is not going to be very quickly. Okay, so first of all, what happens when you mix the same color? It seems to just give me blue. Like it just gives me the same color. That's really useful to know. Because that means I can, like if I want to make blue, I can just, I can do this by the inputs then instead. Right, like I could do this. And then like you can have your like 2 inputs here, and then this can input here, and the third input can go here. But I can control what these 3 things are. So I can make these all blue. This is an output blue. Right? If I make these blue and this is red, this is an output magenta. If they're all different, it's white. The only like exceptions, it doesn't work for making black or uncolored. But I think that will make this simpler. Come here. You are being... One second. Let me go show Molly where her food is, since she seems confused. All right, I'm back. Um. Yeah, well, black and uncolored would both require 2 extra, which is a little awkward. That's kind of the thing that's a little annoying. That's why I'm a little curious if there's another way to make uncolored. Because you basically, I would have like 1 extra thing here. That's like... Wait. What does this look like? I don't know. It'd have to look like this or something. I don't know. There's like this weird fucker at the end. I don't know. To make uncolored and black. But the nice thing is that I can just take my paint mixer white. Let's produce 2, so I can remove half of it. So your 3 inputs here. And then you just control what these are. And that will give you the 1 output. It's just, yeah, it's just really annoying that you need to have this like extra awkward step to make the other 2 ones, which... And they can only run if you're making white. So it's like, I think I only need... Yeah, this makes a full lane. What the heck? Lag is so ridiculous. Okay. This is actually only being fed one color. And so like half it would go here. And half it would go here. So I guess this is what it looks like, right? And it goes away. There needs to be some kind of logic here. For like when this feeds into this and when you feed out of these versus feed out of these. And there's some logic for what you feed into here. But this should be a lot smaller. Whoa, it's so laggy. Whoa. Oh god, it's enormous. I don't care about those. But I need to send any color to any of these lanes, right? I see. That's a little awkward. Like, I could split this into 9 and then put a filter on each of them. But I feel like there's probably something a little bit more compact than that. I can also probably get away with like having the length of this thing because I actually probably should in general because this is for a full belt of paint. But I don't need more than a third of that. Like per one of these things. So I probably should just preemptively drop this to 1/3 the size. I don't need 4 of these out of 12. Wish the transparent belts were more invisible. 2, 3. Yeah, so I think I can delete from here. So I only need 4. Okay. It's a little more reasonable. Well, the problem still remains the same, which is how do I want to direct these flows? Yeah, I think I just have a bunch of filters. Well, I guess yeah, I should just have a bunch of filters. It's fine. The logic here is a little funky, so I don't care about shape at all. I only care about color, right? And this is a little funky because fluid control is probably like super easy, right? Because it just completely blocks the pipe, yeah. What does this logic need to look like? It's a little weird. So like you have 3 pipes, primary, secondary, tertiary, and you have like a goal color and the color you want to make. Now the way that I would imagine doing that is basically a cam lock or whatever. I don't know what exactly the terminology is. It's basically saying like you have 8, well I guess 8, 3, 6, 7, 8. You have 9, right? You have 9 color combinations you're trying to make, and it's like 4. No, it's 10, right? There's 10 colors. So like, there's 10 colors, and like for those 10 colors, no, it is 9. I'm second guessing myself. 9 colors. If you're using 9 colors, it's like you just say like if you're trying to make purple, then blue should be going over like 1, 1, 0, and then red should be going over 0, 0, 0, and green should be 0, 0, 1. I mean, that's wrong, but like that's like the idea, and that's just like it's hard coded. And then you guys like that's just like the way it works. I'm just trying to think of like what does that logic look like specifically. I might want to just make a table so I can like think about this. Hold on, let's bring this guy back. Can I like just draw a grid? Okay, so we have what are all the things we want to make? We have like red, green, blue, yellow, magenta, cyan, white, black, and uncolored. And these pipes are like have a priority order. The reason why it's important is because if you mix 1 and 2 is the same color, you'll get the same color again. So you only need 2 colors, 1 and 2 should match, and you only need 1 color, they should also match. So this would be red, 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 green, 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 blue, blue, blue. Okay, so yellow, we can do like red, red, green. Oh, my mouse handwriting is awesome. Magenta can be blue, red, green, green, blue, red, green, blue, red. These are all the same thing. Oops. Handwriting's like getting worse as it goes on. Okay, so this is the table. And so you like look at like what is this color, and then you say what lane am I in and what color am I, and matches allow it, right? And so you can actually just output this color on that lane. Red, green, blue, red, green, blue, red, red. Okay. So what does it need to look like? We need equal. And it's gonna look very similar to what we did earlier over here. It's basically gonna look like this. So you have all your equals here, and then instead of outputting this stuff, we're gonna output from the table. And there's gonna be 3 of these, 1 for each lane. So we're gonna delete this part. You don't need this like weird diode thing. There will always be 1 output here. So this is like an exhaustive. theory, this can output all three on different lanes. And these have like an extra like thing that has to be checked for at the end. Okay, so let's just let's do lane 1. The red should be coming out of yellow. White, black and uncolored. Green should be coming out of cyan. And blue should be coming out of magenta. Hello? Please delete. Okay, row 2. Red comes out of yellow. And that's it. Blue comes out of magenta. And that's it. And then green comes out of cyan, black, white, and uncolored. Okay, row 3. Green should come out of yellow. That's it. Red should come out of magenta. And then the rest are blue. Cool. It's not exactly. Seeing that maybe there's space here to fit. So one thing's a little awkward here is I have to actually set what these shapes are. And so here I just have manually, like, I have these simulated pushes and I have like the specific position these are in. And so if I want to make this for like every single one, it's like I have to go into each of these manually and change them. That kind of sucks. Oh, that's... I put wires. I seem to have gotten a signal trapped on this line. That's funny. Wait, why is it going this way but not the other way around? What? There we go. Had to just screw some yourself. Yeah, it's tough. It's like hard to like convince yourself that like some things are possible or some things are not possible. Because it's like, am I just like not coming up with a good enough technique to doing it or not? It's like rough. I'm worried about this loop's actually gonna get signals trapped when it gets set to void. Yeah, that might be a problem. I designed these so the signals could go bidirectional, and I realize now that that's probably not okay. Just make it one directional. That's not gonna get stuck this way. But now I have to go and fix like all of these. I only need 4 to... no. Because of the crystals, I need double, right? So it does need to be 8 long. I think. That actually might not be enough. Yeah, maybe I do need a full belt. Because I need to paint up 4 times, right? Well, this is only for one thing, I guess. Yeah, there's only one thing I only need 4. Well, I need 8, because it needs to be able to paint. It needs to be able to crystallize, which is 8. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this got kind of annoying because I need like... 9 of these stupid things. I'm gonna make a thing here that just routes the layer. So I got these extra like feedbacks in here. My mistake, I guess. Keeps. Let me see what that shape is. The shape? Yeah, that's for you. You'd have to have this tile up here with 2 crystals below it. You break those 2 crystals, which drops this tile down. Well, you have to break it and swap it with the bad support, so it falls this tile, and then swap it. Yeah, wow, these are support each other. Yeah, so you just swap these 2 together, and then you put nothing on the other side. That's funny. Yeah. The crystal drop stuff is like shenanigans. Yeah, so what I'm imagining would happen here is looks like this. Did I find another impossible shape? Oh, I mean, isn't even like this impossible? Oh, sorry, wrong one. This one. Isn't this also impossible? It's like there's no way to put the crystal on top of a peg. Because like the crystallized process is always going to destroy the peg. And you can't drop the crystal on the peg. You can't push the crystal afterwards because you still need this shape underneath. Like I never found a way to make this. Okay. I don't remember what some of these things are, so I'm just kind of keeping them. Yeah, I don't know. Logic looks something like this. I must have copied it wrong. There we go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's impossible. I don't think you can have a gap below a crystal unless there's a solid underneath of it. Pretty sure you can do this. Can you? Like if you put a crystal here and break it, it's gonna break this. And you pin push, the pin's gonna be on both sides. Yeah, because you swap it floating, it'll fall and break. I don't think this is constructible. Wow, there's another weird like mechanic that's not described, and I don't think it's relevant at all for the Make Anything machine. If you drop a shape onto a pin, then the shape is destroyed. It's a very weird mechanic. There are crystal. No, apparently it breaks all crystal. It doesn't matter if they're the same color or not. Touching crystals, even with different colors, will break each other, and even like across different heights. Like you put a crystal here that's like green and break this green crystal, it'll break the blue crystal. I originally thought it worked that way too, but it doesn't apparently. To be honest, it's a little weird that it works that way, but it, you know, obviously has all sorts of constraints because of that. Okay, so we have all this. I still need to do this shape selection here, which then needs to feed into this painter. This is like completely the wrong orientation. This like needs to be like rotated. Or something. Is it crystal and another cut? Should only be orthogonally connected crystals that break together. Okay, I will show you the simulation and be extra confused with you when I'm wrong, but see yellow, see yellow. And then the other part, it's like C. think this was like a pin. Like one of these was a pin. Is this the shape you're talking about making? Wait, something there is. The shape. Vertically connected but not orthogonally. Hold on. That's still not what you meant. Something like this, right? I mean, not quite, but I guess close enough. I think that's pretty accurate now. If you put this in a, well, first let's rotate it. Oops. And then we want to cut it. Null. Null. Oh, I cut the wrong side. Simulated machine. There you go. Square. The entire crystal's destroyed. Yeah. I remember testing this previously. They can't touch on different layers, and it doesn't matter if they're the same color or not. They touch in any of the 4 adjacent tiles to a tile, then it'll break. It's very weird. Again, that's not how I would expect this mechanic to work from its description, but it is how it works. Let's see. So I think I filter just by the shape here. It's like super simple. This won't fit. Okay. That selects the shape, and then I need a painter. And then that just merges. Okay. This just makes the one shape the one corner. And I need to multiply this by 16. Okay, which is which? This one is high priority. So this is the high priority line. I'm about to save. These ones should take primary, secondary. The back one is third. So these two are primary, secondary. This is third. This also can probably come like closer. Oh, okay, yeah. This is actually just wrong. It's trying to balance like the consumption of the 3 lines, which is not actually what I wanted to do. Okay. Yeah, it should look more like that. Cool. Yeah, so this is, and then we copy this like 16 times. Now, what I want to know is, this is really messy. This is gonna tile weird. I want to maybe put this tucked back here instead. No, it makes it like less efficient or whatever. Let's see. Hopefully a bit wider. Yeah, we kind of like were talking about uncolored crystals earlier. This will make this fit a little bit cleaner. But this should be the primary line, actually, just from the positioning of the belts. You worry that's just in the way though. Whatever, we'll just cost the belts, it's fine. I wonder if they break differently? I don't know why they would. Yeah, I kind of doubt it. Oop, that's... All right. A huge section for that paint. Dumb ideas need to be tested too. It's true. Okay, and then these things just get they just get stacked and I don't need to worry about any kind of support for this one. The only other thing that's missing is pins. Honestly, I might just have a train of pins. Making pins is kind of annoying. So I might just say, like, yeah, there's just one more train for pins. Cool. Now, there's one thing about this that's really fucking annoying, and I've mentioned already, is that I have like a ton of places where I have to specify what specific quadrant this is in, and also what color it is. Sorry, what quadrant is and which shape it's for. That's what I meant to say. So I need to have like, because I need to make 48 of this entire factory. Connecting the chat. Uh-oh. Did I disconnect? Welcome to the chat room. Never messages that you want to see in the middle of streaming. Yeah, this like so concerns me. There's just so many things I have to set. I also like don't even want to think about like the trains themselves, but that's a separate issue. It's gonna be like a train nightmare to make it work, but I think the trains are actually pretty manageable. It's the signaling is the part that sucks. And they like all have the same value. That's what's like so frustrating. So this may be a redesign, but I did mention an idea of basically you can just have a single signal that like you transmit between these machines, and then that means that like all these have to be on the same layer. And then there's like all these pipes and stuff that like are around these things to get moved out of the way, which that part's easy. Clearing the space around these is easy, and doing this section is actually pretty straightforward. The problems are on 3 layers. So I still need to have it defined at least 3 times. Maybe 3 times isn't as bad. These ones are a little harder. They're pretty cramped. I don't think I can actually really easily... I mean, there's space in the front, I guess. Maybe I can feed it in from like here, the front, and then have a line that goes across. I wish you can go between levels for the signal, though. Yeah, and this one here, that's like underneath here. That one's like pretty inaccessible. I don't think that one's reachable. You can barely even click on it. I mean, and all of these actually just get the same exact signal too. Like these things are outputting the same signal. This one's like slightly different. These ones are slightly like these are a group, and these are all different, kind of. Each of these is outputting the same thing, and then there's like a little level shifter that makes it different for all of them. So yeah, it's still basically the same. Yeah, I don't know. It's so close. Oh, I'm also missing the logic for these. I need to fix that. What is the logic here? Okay, this text. I mean, this just says the shape is black or uncolored, right? Send white. Does this output? Will this always output if I output 1? I think it does. That's how that works. Yeah, so this is basically, I don't think I need I don't need this like weird thing in here. It's much simpler. It's just, if the color is, black, white, or uncolored, or just black or uncolored. Everything else does not matter. And I need you to output, I guess 1. And this is just a same thing, but just like a knot in front. And this one is just output the color. I think. These are like reversed from each other, apparently. Whatever. Yeah, so these are both outputting uncolored, which is fine. Cool. It's like I'm just attaching with some of my messages that I got. Okay. Yeah, is there something I can use here to determine information? I feel like the answer is I feel like the answer is yes, but I don't know what it could be. I don't think any of these are useful anymore, but yeah, so like my idea here is I basically just run a line here on every floor. And I can pretty easily get that into like this spot and get it into these spots without probably not too much trouble. It doesn't look trivial. Might have to like move these things forward a little bit. The idea here is I would output this could be like color red. Your black nor color break differently when corrected from above or below. Crest with a. Yeah, I mean it's interesting, worth a try, but yeah, not too surprising. Yeah, it'd be kind of interesting if they add like a different behavior, so you get like make different shapes using a different process. But nope, just more of the same. There's another way I can do this. It's like upside down, so it looks like not greater than or equal to. Yeah, that should probably be equal. We can make a word. I need more space. Do the same thing twice for Rotate. No, that it didn't drag nicely, I guess. I also need a paint. Might as well throw a display down. There's like bigger there's big in displays. Okay, so we can go in here, we can change this to like 3 to get different like rotation, different positions. And then we can change this number to get different layers. Apparently 4 is the top layer. Or 4 is the bottom layer. Which I'm fine with, I guess, but I don't know, I kind of want to reverse that. Okay. So this gives us the shape index. What I'd like it to do is should be circle. I'll probably change the other indexing too, actually, because here 1 is like, this is the default position, so this should be position 1. So I think these are also should be reversed. How does my circle turn to a square here? I like must have connected the wrong line. Okay. So this outputs the two lines. And you define it from this, this, and this. I could also... instead of doing the numbers here, I can use the buttons, right? So I can like design... So... Can you set the value of these things? No, you just turn them on and off. It was a little more tedious, but maybe this is going to be a little more intuitive. Obviously, you can mess it up by outputting two at once, but that'll throw an error at least. Like, if I turn these both on, it just gives me conflict error, which is fine. So it looks like this layer, this layer. And I can put a display, I guess. The Funzy. This is not good. Well, the crazy buttons. I think that I was like, what would make it easiest to set like what shape I want to what position. So you set this to set the position, the layer, and the which operator level. And so I can use this to set the values. It's way easier than what I was doing before. So I got a DM. Do I care? I'd probably care. I'm being asked about equipment. How big are these? Oh, well, scroll down. Hate you. Okay. Why not paste the shape producer signal and then send that one down? Yeah, I probably will do that as well. It's a little funky because... Yeah, I guess that's fine to take those in. The issue I have is that I have so many of these I have to copy over, and they're all like at different levels. I'm gonna make a mistake because I have to make 48 copies of this machine, this whole like assembly. If I have to paste over every single one of these every time, I'm gonna make a mistake. So I'd rather just have like one spot that feeds all of these. That's what I'm worried about. That's kind of annoying because I actually want to make 2 shapes from this thing. Okay, so you can press the button on either floor. It works. So these need to be all rectangles. Just do it like this. I wish I could like have it automatically toggle between these, but that's fine. I think getting this in here is gonna be a little tricky. I don't know how to get these signals up. That might be hard to do, actually. 'Cause I do want the bottom layer and the top layer the same. I wonder if there's a circuit that, or something you can do to basically replace this shape with a different shape, but only in this position. Like, what operator would do that? Like, if you had something in an arbitrary position, I guess I can just rotate and scan it, right? But I'll do a bit. Let's work here for now. I mean, yeah, I guess I can just scan it, right? It's probably the easiest way to do this. Let's not scan. Huh? Oh, yeah. Huh? Alright, I don't have the rotates in yet. Then what, just put transistor? But it's also, this has to be, God, it can be elevated too, so this isn't gonna work. Because it's gonna be the bottom layer. Like this like happens to work because it's here, but if I change it to here, so now it's a peg. Yeah. Maybe that's good enough. I mean, I could just have two of these and you just set both of them, but that would make me kind of sad. Yeah, I think trying to detect this out is probably hard, and I don't know if there's a great way. I could actually, there is like a funky way I could do it. Not a huge fan of it though. You could like pin push to remove the top one. So you find like where the pin is, and then you push up until the top is a pin, and then you retract that amount and you can stack onto that spot, but like that's bad. I might just see if I can get this to fit in a bigger blueprint. It's mostly just tricky. Like obviously with the layers it's not that hard, but it's really mostly this stupid thing. If I pull this apart, then maybe it's a little more reasonable. Wait, that just works? Oh god, that's kind of fucking magical. Maybe I could make this work. It does definitely need to be wider. Right? Yeah, I can shift this back one. So I actually could get these both to a higher layer. Yeah. Oh, is it saving? Okay. Okay. So that all works. I could try to cram in the receiver here. I don't know if that's going to really fit. This might have to fit in a separate screen. Or I guess replace these, I guess, but... in the chat. Man, I'm having a lot of like network problems today, or Twitches. One of the two. I don't think it's realistic to be able to fit those. Alright. So we just put 2 receivers. Huh? These are apparently nulls. Which I think is correct. That seems a little weird. I don't think that's supposed to be null. Uncolored hex. Oh no, it's because, yeah, there's a red one of these on one layer. Okay, yeah, no, it's right then. Okay. Then I'll have, I guess, 2 more displays for funsies, I guess. Okay, so these are the, and I don't need any of these. It's just these 2. Now the part that still sucks is that they do it on 3 different layers, but that's okay. Hopefully it doesn't like cause some horrible lag. No, I need to make a T piece. The fact that the wires can just cross over each other is like so convenient. Okay. Start here, I guess. These are easy. I'm just requesting the color here. Okay. Okay. Well, these ones are gonna be a bit harder. Now, all these have different logic, is that right? Alright, so the whole column, yeah, so it's outputting 3 lines. So these are all 1, these are all 2, these are all 3. Yeah, you can see the little notch there. Alright, so I feel like I'm coming from the front here. Like, the fronts are kind of available, but not here. So I think what I can do is, if I can stretch this out 1, I might be able to just go between them. Well, I need to go like here, but I also need to go here for the bottom row. which don't think it's very easy to avoid. Because even this shit's forward, like, this is still in the way. Yo, Angel. We're doing the worst part of the game now. There's like so much just like programming now. We're like trying to program a machine to make any shape. And it is a wiring nightmare. This is like, I'm still trying to finish this. This is 1/16 of one part of the machine. This is the most convoluted and complicated game you've ever seen. You're welcome. This is just to make my life easier later. I just don't know. This is just annoying to squeeze into. And obviously I didn't have to do it on 3 layers. It just made it more compact. And now I'm suffering from that. Yeah, so the idea here is now there's a gap to feed into these ones easily. I don't really with this bottom one. Tough. I assume you're here because you're asking for cards or something. See, yeah. Give me like an hour, if that's okay. I want to get some food, and I'll stop soon here. I want to finish this thing, but I don't think I'm gonna finish this part today at this rate. Like, I can move this out of the way here and shift these all back so I can get in front of... Well, no, this one's not even in the way. This one's accessible and this one's accessible if I just shift everything back one. But this one still isn't. Right? When I say it's accessible, but only kind of. Like if I shift it back one more, this could go up and over. Oh, and I moved this back for like this gap here. Alright. Might have to move it over a couple. It seems like more complicated than this needs to be, and I'm like not entirely sure. Oh boy, it's freezing. But yeah, now this bottom layer can be like this. But see, this blocks access this way. Oh, it doesn't even help. Because this can't go up here. No. Man, this thing's annoying. And I think this is going to be the exact same problem, right? Like, I don't know how to feed in the value. Now, technically, this can be fed from the other end. Does that, like, help me at all? I don't think so. Hey, I got the Chivo. So there's one other idea I have here, which might be bad and cursed. No, because this is producing more than... Yeah, it's producing 8. Sorry, not 4. I think I can, like, use a platform here to have the wires cross over. I just wish I could draw wires in space. Man, it sucks. Maybe I just have to flatten this out so it has a bigger footprint, but it's like easier to feed the signal. I say that, but it's a little tricky to do that for this because this is like packed in so it lines up with the trains. This problem is like the exact same problem. And it's like, again, it's really easy to get to these top two because I'm dropping everything to the bottom layer. And I can't even feed the bottom. Like, I thought, oh, maybe I can feed the bottom layer from the backside, but you cannot. There is kind of a way to make that work. If I brought everything to the top layer instead of the bottom layer here, then it would block the top here. It would also block. It would block both of these, right? No, it would block this one and this one. Yeah, it would block both of these. And yeah, that seems like a bad idea. Because the middle one is being blocked. I mean, I guess I can just copy paste everything. It's just, I'm gonna make mistakes, right? By the way, I think you can... If you have... I'm not exactly sure what triggers this, but if I have like a signal that goes like this, and then disconnect this, it still like has that signal. Like these act like the transmitters act like diodes, it seems. If you copy, as in copy the state. That'd be kind of funny if you could like generate a signal and then like, okay, I have this signal here, and then you could say like, okay, copy and then paste it, and then the signal would like still be there, but it doesn't look good. That one, it would also be like potentially kind of a sane way to do it. Because then I can guarantee that I'm doing it correctly. Like, if I just put transmitter, yeah, that creates like this creates like a memory lock. It's interesting that counts as a diode, but I guess that makes sense with the way it works. But I don't think there's like a way to like save the state in a way that'd be like to like be able to store it or whatever. break it, it dies, which makes sense. Basically, it just acts as a latch. It's cool. I don't think that's useful. I mean, normally I would use a latch with 2 transistors, or with like NOT gates and AND gates. But that's interesting that this works like this. The buttons stay, which is interesting. Like when I copy this blueprint, it keeps the button state. So that is like one thing that's helpful. Like, oh, I had a button blueprint like this. I could paste this around and this would work. But it's a little hard to use that as is because like, yeah. There's no room to put this crap. I mean, I guess I can make it one longer, and then so this can just stick in front. So that's actually not that bad. This comes one longer. I've already like extended this, and this comes one longer. And then yeah, I just go and paste them all in. Really be outputting out like a more useful set of signals. Square should be top lane, or I don't think it really matters that much. In this case, yeah, square should be top lane. And then circles bottom lane. So I could just paste this. These all have like receivers in them already. They just need to be hooked up differently. Then for like the sake of the blueprint, this should have these values unset. Okay, apparently undo does not undo button presses. So that's really interesting. Makes sense. That's not like part of the undo stack, but okay. So I guess we will just copy paste because I think I can't think of a good way to run this signal around. And these are all the same. Just what needs a... all I care about is color. I care about this line. And delete this. And we can kind of recompress this a little bit. Alright, did that break anything? Surely, right? Okay, I broke this. Alright. And these had a signal receiver that's not here anymore. Okay. Alright, so now I need to make more space right here. Yeah, this one just outputs the shape, so this one could just be... That's fine. So the idea here is I can grab all this, move it out one. And this needs to be adjusted. Okay. This is gonna be a little tricky. This is already pretty tight, actually. If it wasn't coming on right here, it would be fine. Man, wow, that sucks. I really wish I could have gotten this to output these two values instead of outputting these two values. Maybe I like am kind of screwed here if I can't do that. Alright, well, I don't need any of this. This maybe I can just rotate. Let's shape, this one's color. There we go. This should be open just a square. Right. Alright, so that's the whole thing. In theory, copying pasting means I just have to paste over this thing, which is now the same thing everywhere instead of slightly different blueprints in different places. But it's still pretty awkward. This can be made slightly smaller. How much is this entire thing? It's only like 1,000, but you can see why I'm gonna run out. I'm gonna run out of platform count really fast. Like if I built 16 of these, that's like my entire allotment. How does anyone have the space, like the platform count, to build this stuff? They save up for this number? Like that number's never gonna happen. 250,000? Like even if I had the full like 100,000. If I had the full 100,000, this wouldn't really be a problem. Anyways, now that this is built, you build 4 of these, you rotate them all differently, you stack them together, and then you build 4 of those, and then you just stack them on top of each other. And that gives you your basic MAM constructor. That's the basic MAM. And then, yeah, I saw this at the trains. You think most of you are more efficient than their MAM? Yeah, they must be. I don't know. It's kind of hard to, like, see exactly, like... I mean, these are building quarter shapes. And so, like, maybe there's a world I can make this run with full shapes, but... it kind of doesn't really change the fact of how this works. I don't know. I'm like trying to think of like how I would make this more compact, I guess. Like obviously the circuits could be a little bit smaller, but it doesn't help that like I have this edition here for like black and uncolored. Well, I guess I don't really need uncolored, but I do need uncolored for uncolored crystal. I can do mining. I can do your mixing the same platform that paints. Maybe. Yeah, I mean that seems not insane. I'd have to think about that. I'm not really sure what that saves me, to be honest. I mean, in this design, I mean, maybe the design is a little too generic. I was like making it make you control what goes into the mixer. Maybe this like controlling what goes into the mixer is bad. My paint platform pipes seem insane. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Yeah, because the way this works is that it chooses what color ends up on which mixing line, and then it mixes those 3 lines. So it can mix any combination of the 3 paints together. That's like what this is doing. This is selecting the 3 paints. And then this is just doing the mixing. It's really small. And then this is for black and uncolored. And this is for selection of the output. So it has like selection input, selection output. That's like really, I mean, the selection input side is like really huge. Just make them all. Yeah, so that would be, I could do it that way. I was like in my head I was thinking of just doing this so that it would reduce how many painters I needed. Cuz this just produces 1 color. Like I would need to multiply this painter times like 10. And I was like, well, this is gonna be smaller than that. But maybe it's not. I don't know. I mean, it's still a lot no matter what. I think there's something else I can probably do. I have to think about like throughput. But I might be able to just have red, green, and blue on the same belt, on the same pipe, like on different lanes. This 24, and this is 4, so it's 6 times. If I divide by 3, then it's 2. Which, yeah, that's not too. How much is that? Instead of making 3, it makes 1. Yeah, it should work. I should be able to mix red, white, and blue on a single pipe. And then I can just run 1 pipe in, and then it can just like be simpler. You pipe RGB to a painter part of the MAM. It mixes and paints like all like on a single thing. Yeah, I mean I think this like paint selection is just a lot. And like the big reason why I think this is maybe a killer is because I need 8 of these. Because that's like how much I need to like have a pipe for like a belt of crystallizers. I mean, this is being split across, yeah, so like maybe there's a world that this could be cut down, and maybe there's a world that I don't know. I need to think on it. I need food though, so I think I'm gonna stop here. It's an interesting idea. I'll consider it. This is like, I think this was like still an interesting idea of handling the mixing. It just selects what. This is just selecting what input to feed to the mixer. But there's possibly a better way to handle this. But honestly, like that's still like only like this is still like the bigger part. Like, I mean, I know it's smaller, but it's like still a bigger part of the platforms. Like this is like really spread out. It's just this part here is like 300. This part is like 500, and then this part's only like another 200. But yeah, maybe I can simplify the paint side. What's the point of selecting the pipe to the mixer? It makes it you don't have to select the output of the mixer. You only have to, you select the input instead of selecting the output. There is one mixer for all of this. But yeah, I think mixing. Am I limited to 1x1 islands? No. But it doesn't matter. Like, this is like throughput limited by just like the number of lanes. Like, if this is a 2x1 or a 1x1, it's identical. It doesn't matter. I just mostly just use 1x1s in a lot of places because they're just easier to tile. The only time you really care about 2x2s is when I was just like, you're actually crossing the lanes. And I do it with my painter, right? Not that painter, sorry. Like my mixer uses 2 inputs and 2 outputs, and like there's like a crossover here. Where like this input feeds to this side and this feeds to this side. And so this is a 2 to 2. But like if I want 4, I just do this. And then I just like, I mean, yes, you have to like, then yeah, you'd have to belt in whatever, like belt in like this and belt in like this. I don't know. You're not the first person to suggest using bigger islands, and I can't say that you're wrong. I just don't fully understand what advantage that's giving me over using something like this. You pack more functionality into larger islands. I guess. I mean, you make it do more things. I mean, the main thing you're getting is like this like extra 2 tiles of space is like freed up, and on this one's like these 2 tiles. It's like on both sides, right? So it gives you four squares. So it gives you a little bit more space. But the big thing to me is the fact that you can have inputs cross, but the routing becomes a fucking nightmare most of the time. I'm not super convinced how much that gains you because belts and pipes are only half cost. Like the total cost of things is only like $650, not $1,000, right? It's like a big chunk of this is belts. But yeah, I can think about redoing this design and seeing if there's a way to generate the paint more compactly. But yeah, throughput is definitely like a big question mark. Like if I look at my paint mixer, like if I want to turn like this is like 4 belts right here. Like this would be enough to satisfy the 1 lane. Like you're gonna need several of these, right? Because you still need like at least 4 mixing steps to be able to generate every color. The turnaround time, like the belt delay. Yeah, belt delay is mostly shit because of this really long line. And I only did it that way because like I could have rotated this so it wasn't so bad. But I did that because it made this like more tileable. But yeah, this belt delay is pretty rough. Choosing one shape to changing to another? No, it doesn't take 30 minutes. Belts are not that slow. They're slow, but it's not that slow. Because like the process, like the length it takes for this thing to run is like the length of the entire machine. Like everything basically runs in parallel. Like I don't know. I don't really. Yeah, but yeah, the belt delay is rough. You know, you have a few minutes of delay, which is not great. I don't know. Do you have problems with how I'm doing this also, or is this like more reasonable? The input selection from the train. I don't really know how else to handle this. I think it's really just like, to me, the color handling is rough. And of course, like this whole section is because of the trade items. Like there's not really, I don't really think there's much other way to handle it. The only other thing I had in mind was like conditionally decide what train shows up, but that's gonna have really bad belt delay because you have to wait for like all the buffers to empty. I mean, that would have been like if I was playing Factorio and I was using logic systems. That would have been how I would have done it. I would have just changed the station logistics so that I would request a different item, and I would just get the item at the station, and like every mine is just producing the resource, and I can just request, please bring me this item, and that item would just show up. I don't have to like do this weird filter thing. But that's just not how this game works, so. I don't know, you say this is awkward still implies that there's like a more reasonable way to do this, and I guess I just don't see it. I don't know. Why am I piping shapes on a second layer? It just makes them pack. They don't pack otherwise. Like I can't, like this, the atoms here are 3 wide. Like you have input, filter, output. You can't filter and input and filter on the same side, or like in place. I mean, I could say fuck everything and just make a quarter belt. If I make a quarter lane, that simplifies things like to such a large degree. Should only be filtered for whole shapes. I was thinking quarter shapes. Figured that would be simpler. But I could. That changes how my logic works. I just figured that if I just copy pasted, it didn't matter if things were slow. Because yeah, if these were whole shapes instead of quarter shapes, I can just have one filter, and then I make the shape, I split it, and then move on. It's slightly awkward because when I split it, that has to happen. The crystallization process still doesn't like quite line up with all this. But like, if I ignore that part of this whole element, then that would like cut down the size of this an enormous amount. Yeah. That would also cut down how much paint I need by a lot. Well, kinda. I was planning to paint for crystallize, so I still kind of need this still amount of paint no matter what. But I have been wondering if I should just run crystallize as like a separate train, potentially. I don't know. If I run crystallize separately, then this process here where I make uncolored ink is also not needed. You have to remove this because I don't need it because I'm not actually crystallizing. Just as long as I supply uncolored shapes, it's fine. I mean, maybe I want to do that because getting uncolored shapes will get hard, but I don't know. Yeah. That seems reasonable. I'll think about redesign for it. I think that'll make it a lot easier to work with. And yeah, there's a lot of things that actually will kind of fall from that would probably make this less horrible, because if I just had a filter in front of all these, I can really easily just send my signal just straight across these, and then I can go back to having one signal being sent everywhere or whatever. So yeah, I actually do like the idea. I think that's probably what I should do. I still kind of mixed about how to handle this side of things, but for at least here, that would cut down the complexity, which is nice. But yeah, you still just need so much. You need a ton of ink for crystallize, and like on top of that, like the other side's going to be actually probably worse, because not only do I need more for crystallize, I need more for all the braking and stuff, and I also need all the support beams. So like I just need a ton. Yeah. All right. Cool. I think today we made some progress. I'll say progress was bad because, I mean, this is part of design, right? You design a thing and then you're like, it's not very good. I'll have to go back and redesign it. That's just like the nature of things. So I'll come back. Oh, sorry. I'll probably come back tomorrow and work on this more. I might work on this a bit off screen. We'll see how I'm feeling, but yeah. Feeling good about things. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all around.